control. Capture and defend, Guardians. Zone A captured. Enemy claims Zone B. Enemy claims Zone C. Enemy has advanced. Zone A lost. It's a power play. Get those zones back. Zone B captured. You have advantage. has advantage. last breath. Enemy claimed Zone A. Zone C captured. Zone advantage is yours. Zone C lost. Captured Zone A. Zone advantage is yours. Zone B captured. You have advantage. Zone A lost. Zone A captured. Zone advantage is... Fight on! Zone advantage is yours. Zone B lost. That shut them down. 3 minutes. You're winning. Stay strong. Zone advantage is yours. Zone C lost. Zone B captured. Zone advantage is yours. Victory gives the city hope, Guardians.
May the touch of your skin May the touch of your skin register the beauty of the otherness that surrounds you. May your listening be attuned to the deeper silence where sound is honed to bring distance home. May the fragrance of a breathing meadow refresh your heart and remind you you are a child of the earth. And when you partake of food and drink, may your taste quicken to the gift and sweetness that flows from the earth. May your inner eye see through the surfaces and glean the real presence of everything that meets you. May your soul beautify the desire of your eyes, that you might glimpse the infinity that hides in the simple sights that seem worn to your usual eyes for the senses. To bless the space between us. Page 40 and 41 by John O'Donohue.
Welcome to the Maria Heller Show, on the net since 2000 and still going strong. If you feel like you're not getting the real news, if you feel like you're not connected spiritually, you have found your home. Maria covers a wide range of topics, as only a snarky New Yorker can. Straight up, no chaser, no censorship, no corporate sponsors, thus true freedom of speech. Your subscription gives you unlimited access as a member of the smartest audience on earth. Relax and enjoy the education. Now here's Maria.
Good morning, world. Maria here, alive and kicking. Welcome to the news. As usual, there's plenty of it. Plenty of shootings, too, so I'll give you that report so you can throw up with your breakfast. Tomorrow is Hell and High Water with myself and Chuck Ocelli, so stay tuned. And on that note, I'm going to get started. 7 people were killed in a suspected intentional hit and run outside of a migrant and homeless shelter in the Texas border city of Brownsville Sunday morning. So that happened, and now they're trying to see whether or not it was intentional. And then, of course, one of the bigger shootings, I wish I could say it was the last, but not. A gunman killed at least 8 people at a crowded shopping mall in Texas this week. He opened fire at a crowded mall north of Dallas. I think this happened Saturday, killing at least 8 people, wounding 7 others before he was shot to death. The second deadliest in the U.S. this year. They didn't identify the gunman, but said he acted alone, and they did, and I have that. There have been 199 shootings of at least 4 people this year in the U.S., according to the Gun Violence Archive, which is a database. And a particularly deadly spate of large-scale shootings has unfolded in recent days. Last weekend outside Houston, a gunman shot to death 5 people after neighbors asked him to stop shooting in his yard. And Texas has some of the country's most permissive gun laws, priding itself on being a state with more than 1 million gun owners, despite its recent history of mass shootings. Most mass shootings, by the way, Texas leads. They're number 1. Many authorities in Texas say they've seen an increase in spur-of-the-moment gunfire since September of 2021, when the state started to allow adults to carry a handgun without a license. The gunfire started about 3:30 in the afternoon at the Allen Premium Outlets, an outdoor mall of more than 120 stores, about 25 miles north of Dallas. Allen, a Dallas suburb, has about 100,000 residents, and the shopping center is one of the largest in the region. The gunman got out of the car in full military gear and then started shooting people on the sidewalk and there's tons of videos online. Dozens of shots rang out as he closed in on the shoppers. 7 people died at the mall. 2 others died later at a hospital. The wounded range from a 5-year-old to a 61-year-old. 3 people in critical condition, 4 in stable condition. Meanwhile, state leaders in Texas have systematically rejected measures that would limit access to guns. The Texas gunman was a white neo-Nazi supremacist. He wore a right-wing death squad patch as he killed the people at the mall. He's been identified as Mauricio Garcia, 33. He was shot and killed by police as he attacked the outlet shoppers in the city of Allen. And people are saying, how could he be a white supremacist because he's Latino? Well, so is the leader, Tario, of the Proud Boys. All right, it wasn't mental health that killed these people. It was an automatic rifle. A Texas man who rushed to help people gunned down in the mass shooting at the mall described the horrific scene after the murders. Stephen Spanhauer, a self-described gun lover, called for action on gun control. However, Texas's useless governor, Greg Abbott, dug in on the idea that mental health is to blame for gun violence. Meanwhile, he cut funding for mental health, so obviously he enjoys the gun violence. Texas has had the highest number of mass shootings of any state so far this year. Greg Abbott then implicated the government was responsible for Saturday's mass shooting. You can't make this stuff up. He declined to say whether he would support measures to reduce gun violence when he was on Fox News Sunday, and blamed the government for the massacre. Well, he is the government. The word governor is in government. He said, I'll be going up to Allen later to begin the process, providing hope and healing. Hope and healing. Put that in the bank. But I got to tell you, there are questions lingering that the families want answers to, and that is, why did this happen? Why did the government do this, and how did this happen? How does he blame this on the government? And then he changed his tune and said he blames the increase in anger after the Texas mall shooting. They turned the focus away, of course, like Republicans do, from the prevalence of firearms to saying it's an increase in anger. Well, that was from 4 years and counting, still counting, hatred spewing out of Donald Trump's mouth. And then this morning, Greg Abbott said there would be no new effort to limit access to firearms in Texas. So, if you're living in Texas, I would say get out. That's my thought. Well, and then this morning, another shooting in Texas, this time on a Dallas DART train. A suspect is at large after one was killed and 2 other people injured, just hours after 8 people were killed in the mass shooting at the mall. The gunfire erupted on board a Green Line train near Hatcher Station when 2 people got into an argument Sunday afternoon. They were both transported to local hospitals where one of the victims was pronounced dead. Texas. Okay, let's get to the chokehold death of Jordan Neely on the New York subway. Hero or killer, and opinions certainly vary. For some in a city divided by Jordan Neely's videotaped death, his death in a chokehold killing was a homicide, and the former Marine seen with his arm wrapped around the man's neck aboard the Manhattan F train was responsible. But for others, the case was more nuanced than slapping handcuffs on Daniel Penny, who was then questioned and released after the lethal confrontation with the mentally ill homeless victim. Jordan Neely chokehold protesters took over Manhattan subway stop and jumped on the tracks, and there were numerous arrests. And now today they released the photos of 6 Jordan Neely chokehold protesters that are wanted for jumping onto the New York City subway tracks, blocking a train. Cops are asking the public to help identify and find the suspects, who will likely be charged with criminal trespass. But will the guy who put him in a chokehold be charged? Remains to be seen. Okay, so we've got more. Sheriff's deputy shot and killed in Weston, Wisconsin, the 3rd death of a law enforcement officer in Weston, Wisconsin in a month. Lysing, a female cop, was shot just outside Glenwood City, Wisconsin. At about 6:15 at night, she was responding to a report of a possible drunken driver who was stuck in a ditch. Well, shots were exchanged shortly after she arrived. The deputy was taken to a nearby hospital where she died. The suspect fled, later found dead in a wooded area with a gunshot wound. But it's the guns, stupid. Alright, let's see. Let's go to Mar-a-Lago. Nearly everyone who works at Mar-a-Lago has been subpoenaed by the prosecutors investigating Trump. This is off Vanity Fair. Trump started the week on trial for rape and as the subject of multiple criminal investigations, and somehow ended the week in what appears to be an even more perilous legal situation. And of course he blames it on the demonic prosecutors. They're trying to keep him off the ballot, blah, blah, blah. Let's go to Clarence Thomas for a second, who let a GOP megadonor foot bills for him for years because he said being a Supreme Court justice isn't worth doing for what they pay. Yup, Thomas, who accepted lavish vacations and other financial benefits from GOP megadonor Harlan Crow for years, said in a speech in 2001 that serving on the Supreme Court wasn't worth it for what it paid. Well, why didn't he leave then and do us all a favor? Back to Trump. This is off The Guardian in the UK. Half of Trump's fake electors accepted immunity deals in the Georgia investigation, which should be making him nervous. Half of the 16 so-called fake electors in Georgia who sought to falsely declare Trump the winner of the 2020 election have now accepted immunity deals in the local criminal investigation into the matter. That, according to their attorney, in a court filing on Friday. And then Trump lied while he was in Scotland, where none of the Scots wanted him there, and said he was going to get back and he was going to take on E. Jean Carroll. I gave that no credibility because I know that every word out of his mouth is a lie. Well, he failed. He had a deadline of 5 p.m. Sunday, failed to make the deadline to testify in the rape trial. He rejected his last chance to testify at the civil trial, where he's been accused of rape in a department store dressing room in 1996.
Oops.
Without Trump's testimony, lawyers were scheduled to make closing arguments today, and deliberations likely begin tomorrow on the serial rapist. All right, let's go to some pollution stories. Even in recycling, microplastics remain a persistent polluter, according to a study. New research suggests plastic recycling facilities could be releasing wastewater packed with billions of tiny plastic particles, contributing to the pollution of waterways and endangering human health. And Biden is poised to allow energy polluters broad exceptions. The Biden administration poised to unveil its most ambitious effort yet to roll back planet-warming pollution from the nation's thousands of power plants, an effort certain to bring a legal and political attack from conservatives, but may disappoint some supporters of Biden's climate agenda. Disappointing to saying the least. Is California getting ready to give reparations for slavery? Wrapping up a historic 2-year effort, the California Reparations Task Force approved its final proposal for reparations for descendants of African Americans who were enslaved in the U.S., including a formal apology from the state and models for cash payments that could provide hundreds of billions of dollars. Let's go to Israel for a sec. Tel Aviv researchers use an RNA nanodrug tech to stop ovarian cancer cell division. Scientists hope by targeting specific protein, they'll be able to develop treatments for patients with metastasized cancers, resistance to chemotherapy and immunotherapy. Okay, let's go to the UN. Once again, this is off The Guardian in the UK. U.S. must tackle police brutality against black people head-on, according to UN experts. The U.S. must move beyond piecemeal reform and slogan-making and tackle the ongoing scourge of police brutality and law enforcement's discrimination against black people. That, according to a UN mission, and that's what they concluded at the end of a historic 2-week tour of the country. Well, eyes on the sky as another geomagnetic storm is happening. Earth's magnetic field is reverberating from an unexpected CME impact on May 6th, which sparked a G2 class geomagnetic storm. Another CME is following close on its heels. A second impact is expected May 7th or 8th, that's today, and it could bring renewed geomagnetic storming with auroras across parts of Europe, Canada, and northern tier U.S. states. Okay, New York Police Department lieutenant was struck by a hit-and-run driver at a Manhattan car stop. Yeah, he was hospitalized with a head injury after a hit-and-run driver blew past a Manhattan vehicle safety checkpoint. And let's go to some more. Bronx gunman busted for shooting 2 women in a feud about cutting the line on a bank on Grand Concourse in Fordham Heights. So you get shot now for cutting the line. The suspected gunman who shot the 2 women in the Bronx opened fire after arguing with one of them about who was first in line at the bank. He was charged with attempted murder, assault, and gun possession. Let's get over to the country that says that they'll never give in to terrorists or hackers. Let's go to San Bernardino County, where they paid $1.1 million in ransom over the sheriff's department hack. Weeks after the cyber attack crippled the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department computer systems, county officials confirmed that the hackers were paid $1.1 million in ransom. If you're paying through cryptocurrency, you don't know who you're paying it to, said Clifford Newman, the director of USC's Center for Computer Systems Security. He said it could be a sanctioned entity, whether it's Iran, whether it's North Korea, or whether it's a terrorist organization. My guess is it's homegrown lunatics. Well, the coronation of the 74-year-old who waited 74 years to have a job, King Charles III, happened this weekend. He was crowned Saturday as Britain's monarch in a sumptuous ritual-infused display of pageantry that marked the culmination of a 7-decade-long journey to sovereignty. Charles and his wife Camilla, I guess this is hope for all the side pieces out there that one day you could become queen, took part in a series of ridiculous centuries-old rituals to mark their ascension. The coronation of King Charles III, one of the world's richest men, is funded by the taxpayers. The estimates are running over $100 million while the people in the UK are starving, and commemorated with a national holiday. Well, if he's one of the world's richest men, why didn't he pay for his hoo-ha-ha bullshit himself? So, Charles III ends his 7-decade wait to be crowned king. Support for retaining the monarchy sits at 62%, according to a poll of 2,000 Britons. Younger Brits, however, are more likely to want an elected head of state, with just 36% of 18 to 24-year-olds wanting the royals to stay. What do they do? What is their function? They're not even British. They're Germans. Okay? Do the people in the UK even know that? Let's go to Brazil, where the same thing, as I always said, Bolsonaro was Trump's Latino twin. Well, now he's getting the same treatment. Police raided the home of the ex-president Bolsonaro. They searched his home in the Brazilian capital of Brasilia as part of an investigation into his COVID vaccination records. Who knows what else they'll find. So we got the microplastics polluting the world. How about dust storms? Dust storms have killed hundreds and are a growing problem in parts of the U.S. The kind of dust storm that suddenly darkened an Illinois highway Monday and left 7 people dead is becoming more common in parts of the U.S., a phenomena some researchers say is far worse than generally recognized. We're heading for a new dust bowl. So let's get to the rape trial. New York City court released the footage of Trump's hostile deposition with E. Jean Carroll's lawyer in the civil rape case. Ex-wives, Access Hollywood, and a big fat hoax. He's a big fat hoax. Notable moments from Trump's deposition. Excerpts of his videotaped deposition from last year were played for the jury, even though Trump wanted them not to. Hearing Carroll's civil claim alleging Trump raped her in the 90s. E. Jean Carroll's allegations are a big fat hoax. She's not my type any way, shape, or form. Her lawyer is a disgrace, and the notorious Access Hollywood tape was just locker room talk. But he said his comments about stars are largely true. Those were some of the statements he made during his hours-long deposition in the lawsuit in October. He said it's a total big fat hoax, a total con job, and called Carroll a wacko, who's not my type. Trump was played the notorious Access Hollywood tape in which he was put on a hot mic boasting about how he could grope and kiss women sexually without waiting for their consent. And when he was asked about the content of his remarks, he said, well, historically that's true with stars. Carroll's lawyer, Roberta Kaplan, said true with stars that they can grab women by their privates. And Trump's answer was, well, that's what, if you look over the last 1,000,000 years, I guess that's been largely true. Not always, but largely true. Unfortunately, or fortunately. Then when he was asked if he considered himself a star, he said, I think you can say that, yeah. So that's his excuse. When you're a star, you can do anything. Kaplan asked him about a post on his social media platform where he wrote Carroll was claiming Trump had swooned her inside the store, and asked him what he meant. Trump said, well, sort of, that's what she said I did to her. She fainted with great emotion. She actually indicated she loved it, okay? She loved it until commercial break. In fact, I think she said it was sexy, didn't she? She said it was sexy to be raped. Didn't she say that? That was before indicating he was referring to her 2019 interview with Anderson Cooper, where Carroll said that what Trump did to her hurt and was not sexual. When Cooper said that most people think of rape as a violent assault, she said most people think of rape as sexy, think of the fantasies. But she said she preferred the word fight to the word rape. And let's not forget that Trump was married to Marla Maples at the time of the alleged rape, just like he was married to Melania at the time he had sex with Stormy Daniels. And let's not leave out how he basically raped and beat Ivana over his hair. So the scum is still talking and walking. All right, U.S. is watchful for a surprise Israeli attack on Iran as the nuclear crisis intensifies, with Netanyahu taking Israel's security hostage over his sour relations with the White House. Washington's no longer sure what to expect from Israel on Iran. Okay, let's go to LA. LA's luxury real estate market freezes, putting the mansion tax funds in limbo. In the days before Los Angeles mansion tax took effect, the luxury market moved at hyperspeed. Prices were slashed, part of a manic, desperate attempt at avoiding Measure ULA, a new transfer tax that levies a 4% charge on all residential and commercial sales in the city above $5 million, and a 5.5% charge on sales above $10 million, like they can't afford it. Now the market's ground to a halt, leaving the city with less money than originally projected. All right, so let's go to LA developers, and most developers are scumbags. Now, if you're in a rent-controlled apartment, they're offering you $55,000 to get out, and the tenants say no thanks. While city and state officials are desperate to create more affordable housing in LA, developers are simultaneously reducing affordable units by buying out long-time rent-controlled tenants with cash-for-keys offers and renovating old buildings into pricey new apartments or condos. In some cases, landlords are required to offer a base amount for relocation from $12,000 to $23,000. But for tenants with very little income or credit, the money may not go very far once they factor in the sky-high rent of their next apartment. So buying out the poor to put them on the street is basically what's happening there. Trump the idiot demanded the Manhattan hush money indictment, Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal, be moved to federal court. He said that DA Alvin Bragg is politically motivated to bring charges. Trump's lawyers in his criminal hush money case on Thursday said they would effort to move his case to federal court, as Alvin Bragg asked a judge to bar him from publicly discussing evidence in the case, and they're not moving it. Why should they? Okay, earthquake since Thursday. Off the east coast of the North Island of New Zealand, a 5.6. Near the west coast of Honshu, Japan, Fukushima, think Fukushima, 6.2. Hokkaido, Japan, 5.9. And this morning, the southern East Pacific rise at 5.8. Okay, a Los Angeles Police Department whistleblower expands the SWAT mafia allegations inside the Los Angeles Police Department's elite tactical unit. Sergeant Timothy Colomé recently gave a deposition where he further detailed his allegations about the SWAT mafia controlling the LA Police Department's elite tactical unit. In a frank, far-ranging legal deposition in March, the former SWAT sergeant offered extensive new details, alleging that the LAPD's most elite tactical unit, a model for similar units across the country, is deeply corrupt and controlled by a violent inner circle known as the SWAT Mafia. Of course, the city is denying his claims in court, when you and I know better. Okay, I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to come back and we're going to talk a little bit more about a name that all of a sudden is in the news when I've been talking about Leonard Leo for years on my show, and now it's like he's become a household word. So stay with me, I'll be right back. Maria here with a great offer. If you're subscribed to the show, you already know what a great value you get for your money, and the truth with a lot of humor put in the mix, of course. But Any of you that make a donation to the show of any amount will get a free shout out on the show with your name and where you hail from. So once you make a donation, just send me an email and let me know, and I'll be happy to do that on the next show. Also, for any donation $50 or more, I'll be happy to give out any announcement that you'd like, whether it's a birthday for someone, a special memorial for someone, congratulations to someone. So you could make a donation for $50 and then send me the short announcement, whichever one it is, and I'll be happy to play that on the air. So right now, let's get back to the show. Okay, well, welcome back. Judicial activists directed fees to Clarence Thomas's wife through Kellyanne Conway, by the way, and it was urged to not mention Ginny Thomas by name. Yep, Leonard Leo told GOP pollster Kellyanne Conway to bill nonprofit, then use the money to pay the spouse of the Supreme Court Justice. You know, Ginny Thomas. Conservative judicial activist Leonard Leo arranged for the wife of Clarence Thomas to be paid tens of thousands of dollars for consulting work just over a decade ago, specifying that her name be left off billing paperwork, according to documents reviewed by the Washington Post. In January 2012, Leo instructed Kellyanne to build the nonprofit group he advises and use that money to pay Virginia Ginny Thomas, according to the documents. Same year, the nonprofit, the Judicial Education Project, filed a brief to the Supreme Court in a landmark voting rights case. Leo, a key figure in a network of nonprofits that's worked to support the nomination of conservative judges, the Federalist Society, told Conway he wanted her to give Ginny Thomas another $25,000. He emphasized the paperwork should have no mention of Ginny, of course. The arrangement reveals that Leo, a longtime Federalist Society leader and friend of the Thomases, has functioned not only as an ideological ally of Clarence Thomas, but also worked to provide financial remuneration to his family. It shows Leo arranging for the money to be drawn from a nonprofit that soon would have been an interest before the court. So if it doesn't pay, obviously being on the court pays pretty good to Clarence and Ginny Thomas, an insurrectionist. All right, Bernie Sanders, still hard at work, unveiled a plan for $17 an hour U.S. minimum wage. On Thursday, Bernie announced a proposal to raise the federal minimum wage to $17 an hour, saying the potent inflation Americans have faced over the past 2 years makes it necessary for the government to institute higher wages for workers. Okay, let's go to Andrew Gillum. Remember him? He was the ex-candidate for Florida governor that they tried to smear out of office to keep the moron to Satan in office. Well, he's been acquitted of lying to the FBI. The former Florida Democratic governor's candidate, Andrew Gillum, who came within a whisker of defeating Ron DeSantis in 2018, was acquitted of lying to the FBI in a corruption case that also involved illegal use of campaign contributions. The jury couldn't decide on charges that Gillum funneled campaign money to personal accounts like Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene do. Prosecutors say they'll retry him on those counts. Well, because he's black and he's a Democrat. Well, Ivanka Trump is the focus of the new Attorney General lawsuit claim. Remember her? The New York Attorney General's office said Ivanka Trump was stonewalling in its fraud lawsuit against Trump and his spawn. They added the family's failing to turn over emails during the civil litigation's discovery phase in a timely manner, and noted an unexplained drop-off in emails for Ivanka Trump. The rumor has it her and Pinocchio are not having a happy marriage these days. Okay, let's go to some more horrible people crime. Multiple people dead after a gunman opened fire at McDonald's and homes in Moultrie. A gunman killed a female McDonald's worker and 2 relatives before taking his own life in a rural Georgia town. The shooter killed his 50-year-old mother and 74-year-old grandmother at two neighboring homes in the small town of Moultrie, south of Atlanta. The 26-year-old gunman also killed a 41-year-old McDonald's manager and then killed himself. Jerry Goodwin, who lived next door to the shooter, said police previously were sent to the man's home a day earlier when he came outside, shouted something, and fired a gun. Well, I guess they should have arrested him then, but they didn't. Let's go to Oklahoma. Oklahoma rapist used his wife's handgun to murder her, 3 children, and 2 teenagers before staging the bodies. Jesse McFadden had been set to stand trial over exchanging nude photos with an underage girl, and I guess he decided to kill everybody instead of going to trial. The bodies were found at a rented property in Henrietta, Oklahoma, where Jesse McFadden, who was already a 39-year-old convicted sex offender, lived with his family. Authorities say it was there that he fatally shot his wife, 35-year-old Holly, and his stepchildren, Riley Allen, Michael Mayo, 17, 15, and Tiffany Gass, 13. He also murdered Ivy Webster, 14, and Brittany Brewer, 16, who were friends of Tiffany's and had spent the night with her last weekend. And then he killed himself. These kind of people should just start out with killing themselves. All right. A Mar-a-Lago insider is cooperating with Jack Smith's probe into Trump's hoard of secret documents. Now, rumor has it he was going to give those secrets, or maybe did, to Saudi Arabia. Prosecutors reportedly working to establish if Trump attempted to hide the documents at his Florida home, which, of course, he did. I covered it already. All right, North Carolina passed a 12-week abortion ban, but the state's Democratic governor said he would veto the bill. 8 people were killed in Serbia in the country's second mass shooting in 2 days, because I guess whatever disease American has is contagious. Okay, 2 women were shot and wounded in the Bronx by a gunman aiming for someone else. He was arguing with someone inside a business when it spilled outside, and then he opened fire, sending pedestrians running for cover. Everybody in this country better get yourself a good pair of running shoes, because you're going to be needing to run in and out of everywhere you go. All right, the shocked father of the chokehold victim, Jordan Neely, recounts his son's hard life and his love of Michael Jackson. I understand he was a Michael Jackson imitator. The love of Michael Jackson was a bright spot for Neely as he struggled with autism and the murder of his mother, according to his grieving father. Governor Hochul is calling for justice in the murder of Jordan Neely as the Mayor Adams and Alexandria Cortez square off over the response. Though the city's medical examiner ruled Neely's death a homicide Wednesday, Adams and Hochul have not called for the U.S. Marines' arrest, prompting criticism, but they want to arrest the people that jumped on the tracks. Let's go to Dianne Feinstein, who has the longest case to shingles the world has ever seen, if indeed that's what's got her out. Despite renewed focus on her health, details of her condition are scarce. For years, Dianne Feinstein swatted down growing concerns about her health, assuring constituents she's still able to serve. But with her prolonged absence from the Capitol this spring, pressure's building on the 89-year-old and her staff to provide additional details about her condition. With Democrats holding a bare-bones majority in the Senate, they need Feinstein's vote to confirm judges, approve Biden cabinet nominees, and potentially avert a debt ceiling default. The predicament's put into stark relief the challenge of balancing a lawmaker's privacy against the public's right to know about the health of their representatives. So if we can know about their strokes and whatnot, we should know what the hell's going on with her. Okay, the boyfriend of the Times Square, New York City hotel fatal plunge victim has been charged for tossing their baby down the stairs as the family mourns the aspiring model. Tyler Griffin, 24, arrested for harassment, attempted assault, and acting in a manner injurious to his 8-month-old daughter, but still faces no charges in the 9-story fall that killed the aspiring nurse, Desiree Anderson, Tuesday night. Yeah, I think he took a cue from Putin. Let's go to the devils in Israel. The invading Israeli forces killed 4 Palestinians, including a young woman. A 26-year-old Palestinian woman was shot in the chest, and 3 Palestinian men were killed in a massive invasion by Israeli forces. In both cases, paramedics were blocked from assisting the injured from God's chosen ones. Israelis have now killed 108 Palestinians in 2023, including 19 minors. Palestinians have killed under 20 Israelis, including 4 minors. This off The Guardian, which makes no sense when you hear the next story. Republicans reject abortion bans as campaign enders in their warning to their party. In one state, Republican women filibustered to block a near-total abortion ban introduced by their own party. In another, the Republican co-sponsor of a 6-week abortion ban subsequently tanked his own bill. And on the federal level, a Republican congresswoman warns that the GOP's abortion stance could mean losing huge in 2024. Unless, of course, they steal it. So, tell me how this makes sense. North Carolina Republicans are poised to pass a 12-week abortion ban after secret negotiations. GOP lawmakers hoping to exploit a new veto-proof supermajority in a state that has become a critical access point for abortions. They should be aborted. Their mothers should have aborted them, all of them. All right, the White House said it's backing new rules for AI after a meeting with Kamala Harris. She said the White House would support new regulations or legislation to mitigate the potential harms from artificial intelligence technology. Do they think these robots are going to pay attention to the law? Anyway, Justin Think reports on the announcement that came after a meeting Thursday with the chief executive officers of Alphabet, Microsoft, OpenAI, and Anthropic. Microsoft chief economist Michael Schwartz, who I believe resigned, said that artificial intelligence will be dangerous in the hands of unscrupulous people. Anything that's invented is always dangerous when the government gets involved. Meanwhile, news websites generated by AI chatbots are proliferating online, according to the news rating group NewsGuard. So it's a robot now telling you the news, but most of it, they might as well have been robots. Let's go to the Supreme Court of Bastards on this story. The police get a green light to use force against unarmed individuals who have already surrendered or complied. And this is okay with the Supreme Court of Injustice. Once again, the U.S. Supreme Court refused to hold police accountable for using force on unarmed individuals who have already surrendered or complied with police officers. So once they got you tied up, I guess they can kick the shit out of you, tase you, or shoot you dead. Despite a series of high-profile incidents involving the use of unnecessary excessive force by police against unarmed individuals, George Floyd, the court declined to narrow the scope of qualified immunity granted to cops who assault nonviolent suspects who have ceased to resist arrest. The old police motto, to protect and serve, has become comply or die, said constitutional attorney John Whitehead, president of the Rutherford Institute. This is how we have gone from a nation of laws where the least among us had just as much right to be treated with dignity and respect as the next person, to a nation of law enforcers, revenue collectors with weapons, who treat we the people like suspects and criminals. Well, they are trained that we are the enemy. All right, the liberal justices on the court shouldn't let Clarence Thomas off the hook, but I'm sure they're all guilty of something. Chief Justice John Roberts, a no-show at Tuesday's hearing of the Senate Judiciary Committee on potential Supreme Court ethics reform. But Harlan Crow and Clarence Thomas are about to learn about gift taxes. This is on the Daily Beast. The billionaire's generosity to the Supreme Court injustice and his family raise a whole lot of questions about whether the gifts were declared properly. Well, what are we going to do? Take them to court? All right, let's go to Cancer Alley. Again, another story about the United States off The Guardian in the UK. Could you imagine how the whole world, actually the world has a lot of warnings for people not to travel to the US just because of all our shootings. But this time, let's go to Cancer Alley. In Cancer Alley, U.S. chemical giants mount a campaign against grassroots organizers. After residents of America's Cancer Alley in Louisiana put a national spotlight on their fight for a healthy environment, the state's economic interest and petrochemical giants are backing the creation of a new sustainability council to counter grassroots activists. That's their idea of sustainability. Well, as the human race is getting eradicated from reproducing worldwide, probably from pollution, bad food, drugs, you name it, shots, everybody seems to now be having a problem because nobody can make babies. South Korea's population crisis. Rural elementary schools are running out of children. With the lowest fertility rate in the world, South Korea is facing a sharp nationwide drop-off in school-aged children. In one hard-hit rural area, a principal's fighting to keep her elementary school open, but the odds are against her. So at least there, it's because of fertility rates dropping and not because all our children are getting shot to death. All right, Tucker Carlson reportedly is preparing for war with Fox News. He's hoping to stick around in the media, starting his own outlet or joining a Fox competitor. His team is preparing for war. He wants his freedom, a friend of his said. His contract with Fox is set to expire January of 2025. Well, good luck fighting Fox News, the same people you lied for every day. Meanwhile, in reality, while most Americans are suffering, the line outside Boston's American Red Cross food pantry on a recent Saturday morning stretched the length of 2 football fields. It and other groups across the U.S. have been flooded with requests for help since food stamp recipients were hit with a double blow. The expiration of the temporary boost in benefits during the pandemic and onerous grocery prices. People are really crashing, said the director of the pantry. So Americans are starving, and the Republicans are doing nothing, as usual. Okay, time for headline news. Bill Barr suddenly slammed Trump when he was asked if Trump is fit for the presidency, and he said no, he's a horror show. When Trump found out, being the big baby he is, he snapped back and called Bill Barr weak and slovenly after he warned that Trump would deliver chaos upon return. Weak and slovenly is pretty much Trump in a nutshell. Trump's lawyer told the judge he's not coming to New York to confront the rape accuser and said to the judge, "You understand what I'm dealing with." In other words, even Trump's lawyer knows Trump's a fucking liar. Raw and graphic, Trump's deposition video could be devastating to his defense. It should be, but we'll see if Orange Julius gets nailed to a cross since he thinks he's Jesus. A Kentucky rioter got the harshest sentence yet for January 6th. He got 14 years for attacking the police amid the insurrection. Good. Have a good time in the general population. A prominent election denier died at the Texas Capitol moments before his scheduled testimony on election bills. Bye-bye. Kirsten Sinema sold out. Arizona voters torched her as she faces the political gamble of re-election. No one will vote for her again, and I guarantee you I won't. Brian Kemp, who's the king of stealing elections, if you paid attention to Greg Pallas's work on Brian Kemp and the stolen elections, signed a bill to remove local prosecutors. How's that for Heil Hitler? Trump had another overnight meltdown over Jack Smith's investigation, saying it's a dangerous time in America and they're coming for all of you. Why doesn't he just sit on that toilet of his golden toilet, and never get up? Florida advocates are fighting for abortion rights ballot initiative without interference from politicians. One senator laid out possible tax violations and fraud for the payments to Clarence Thomas's wife. How about her part in the insurrection? Twitter slammed Mike Pence for praising Clarence Thomas, saying he has a broken moral compass. He's got a lot more broken with him than that. An MSNBC host warned Trump to avoid traveling after the Georgia fake electors were granted immunity. Blindsided. GOP House members are now furious with Kevin McCarthy over all his broken promises, and yet he's still Speaker of the House. And Neanderthal woman Marjorie Taylor Greene is blaming mental illness, drugs, and evil forces for the Texas mall shooting. Not her, with all her gun photos encouraging people to kill. A Texas Republican was slammed for claiming the Almighty controls shootings. Now it's God's fault. A journalist detailed RFK Jr.'s appeal to a crackpot collection of fascist and anti-progressive leftists. So the demonization of Bobby Kennedy has already begun. Merrick Garland speaks out after the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers were convicted on sedition, saying our work will continue. We'll go to the people that they were working for, like Donald Trump, Lindsey Graham, and my head is bleeding, Rudy Giuliani. Activists are demanding the IRS strip the Trump-tied nonprofit of tax status, saying it's just a front group for the Republican Party. And Carrie Lake's lawyers have been slapped with another sanction, this time $2,000 sanction for pushing election conspiracy theories in court. And yet she wrote a book and is calling herself some kind of mama bear fighting away. She needs to go away. A Florida woman called the police after screaming at a child for picking flowers and hurting the plant's feelings. She called the cops on a kid who was picking flowers. Florida. Trump posted on Truth Social Thursday that he's going into the heart of enemy territory as he prepares to appear in a CNN town hall. Everybody's still treating him like this guy's not a common criminal, rapist, and everything else, so no one should watch it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is a total idiot, doesn't understand that these two things are mutually exclusive when she got mocked for calling Biden both senile and a criminal mastermind. Which is it, Marjorie Soylent Green? A Trump Organization prosecutor is heading the investigation into Jordan Neely's killing, so we'll see what happens there. Clarence Thomas, like I said, in 2001 said being a Supreme Court justice isn't worth doing for what they pay. E. Jean Carroll's case rests in the civil trial after jurors saw the video of Trump confusing her with his ex-wife. She was like the spitting image of Marla Maples when she was that age. Trump is complaining that he, a rich person, has to deal with a rape trial. Well, how about some of the rappers that were richer than Trump that dealt with rape trials? The coronation of King Charles III left the Brits underwhelmed, and they get stuck paying $100 million for it. A former Texas cop said mass shootings are going to keep happening until automatic rifles are off the streets. It's sick. Morning Joe flips out on Texas Governor Abbott for pushing for more guns on the street. The man who ran his car into a crowd was yelling about an invasion, according to witnesses, that Tucker Carlson and all the other replacement theory pushers have these people's blood on their hands. Back to Trump and his damaging deposition. The jury knows when he's cornered, he lies. That's what a former prosecutor said about his deposition. It's not just when he's cornered. Every word out of his mouth is a lie. A Texas Republican, another brilliant mind, said taking guns from dangerous people creates more danger. I really would like to see him explain that one. A brutal right-wing editorial burned Trump's 2024 hopes, saying he can't deliver. And he doesn't. He delivered nothing but hell to all of us. So let's get on to other shootings that aren't making the big headlines. A 16-year-old boy dead after shooting at a Texas after-prom party. A suspect was arrested after one person was killed and 6 people hurt in a Mississippi restaurant shooting. 1 dead, 2 wounded in Fond du Lac shooting. 2 teenagers are being sought for that one. A violent night in Boston as 2 people are killed and 2 others injured in shootings. Chicago's weekend gun violence was 4 people killed and 20 wounded. And a shooting left a beloved St. Paul hockey coach dead, so even hockey coaches aren't safe. A man was killed and 2 women hurt in a shooting at the Gala nightclub in Miami Beach. 5 people were shot on a Redwood City sidewalk early Sunday morning. A 17-year-old girl was killed at a California party, mass shooting near a college campus. And last but not least, the high crime in Republican cities fueled by guns and inequality. So there's more shootings in the red states than anywhere else, and they keep, like I said, they elect people that are just like them, mentally ill, hypocrite groomers. Anyway, there you have it. It's a lot of shit for the news, that's for sure. But hey, this is America 2023 as we continue to ride the wake of the unarrested, still not in jail, Donald Jerkoff Trump. Anyway, tune in tomorrow for Hell and High Water with myself and Chuck Ocelli, and I'll see you guys then.
Thank you for listening and supporting The Maria Show. Tell others what you learned today. Knowledge becomes wisdom only when it's shared. Encourage others to subscribe today. www.maria.net. Often imitated, never duplicated. A world of information all in one place. www.maria.net. Always ahead of the curve. Always on your side. Get active or get radioactive. Subscribe today.
USB audio. AUX audio.
Pandemic or neglecting the fact. I don't know. It's not my business. It's up to you. But I respect all of your decisions, and therefore the best thing right now, in a way, to still continue sharing with you all these things. The best thing at the moment is through these online channels. Yes. Therefore, yeah, money is important. Yeah. So, I want to connect my spirit with my body, but I really cannot find my inner peace in my surrounding when something is disturbing me. What type of possibilities do I have to get into my inner peace and to get into more relaxation in all of this chaos? So the observation is already there, that the mind is not able to settle because of the surroundings. Your mind is not possible to settle because of the surroundings that you are finding yourself in. So very simple, let's bring it to the point. It means your quality of how you are perceiving this life is directly, or has a dependency, has a link directly to your surroundings. So you are influenced by the surroundings. This is the point. Now we can try, okay, if my quality of life is dependent on the circumstances, on the outside world, and I want to increase this quality, we only have one choice, two choices. So either we try to now go out there and change the world, change the circumstances in such a way that you finally find your peace. Good luck with that. It's not going to happen. This is the wrong approach. It's not going to happen. It's hard enough to discipline yourself. How do you want to discipline 8 billion people to listen to your idea of how the world should be? Why would they do this? Because all the 8 billion people, they have the same idea like you. It's not working. This is not the approach that I'm also trying to share. The approach can only be to understand how come that I have such a strong relationship to this outside world. Why is it like this? Why is there this disturbancy? And I think, and maybe you can observe yourself, it comes and it is based upon judgment and discrimination. Because what you are observing out there in the world, you are giving it a color. But this color is maybe not your favorite color. And so what I mean by judging, by discriminating, by giving it a color, no matter how you call it, you can also call it, what you are doing while looking out in the world is you are separating things. You look out in the world, you look at the Near East, you look at the conflicts, you look at the whole world, and what you see in the mind, what happens there, it's a judgment taking place. The judgment, oh, this I don't like. I don't like what I see there. I don't like how the people behave. People should be like this, people should be like that. So the one thing is you're discriminating. The one thing is you're judging. You are taking side. You are taking a side. And when we now simply return back to the teaching, we do not take side in our teaching. I don't prefer softness over hardness. I don't prefer openness over tension. I don't prefer the day over the night. Now, just with those last 3 examples, it seems to be very easy, it seems easier to put it into practice. But when it comes to something like restrictions and war and things like this, then you maybe give it another quality. But for me, it's not another quality, because this is the way how it is. No matter, I could be the chancellor, I could be the president of this country, I could be the president of the whole world, I could rule the world, yeah, but I cannot fix it. With all the financial power that I would have, I cannot change it. It's impossible. The approach to change the world is impossible. So therefore, I gave it up to change the world. So what is it then that I'm doing? How come? Why do I share then therefore the things that I'm sharing with you right now? Because number one is, I first of all need to make the experience on myself before I even start to share anything with you. Something very dangerous to do nowadays is to share things with half the knowledge. To share things just in order to share. No, I don't share things just to share. I share what I think, what I experience has been beneficial for me, because I know and I can feel it's beneficial for me. I know it's going to be good for you as well. And this is why I'm sharing. So first of all, the practice, the exercises, going through the sweat, going through the pain, going through the fire, going through the transformation. This is what I do first. First I do it. And if I think this transformation is transforming in the proper way, it makes me more happy, it makes me more peaceful, it makes me more balanced, it makes me more calm, it makes me enjoy life more. Then afterwards I think, okay, this must be because of the practice. I share it. I share it with the ones where I have influence on, where I have the feeling that you are open-minded in that sense. I never forced anyone to join any of these sessions. It's free. You don't like it, you don't like it. You stay out. You like it, you continue. It's up to your choice. One day you realize, oh, that's not good for me, well, then you stop. At the moment, it's all up to you. It's up to your choice. And therefore, I freely give this out. And because I don't trust in myself, that also, but especially I trust in the teaching. I trust in the methods. I trust in the Shaolin Temple. I trust in the ancient methods, that there is a great magic, that there is a great art in there. I trust in that. I trust in the teaching. And also to make it very, very clear, everything I'm sharing with you, it's not my idea. There's nothing personal from me. Yeah, very strange to you. Let me tell you why I sometimes, or why this morning, why in all the training sessions, why am I lighting on the incense stick and put it in front of the dragon or in front of the Buddha? Why do I do this? Because I hope that the dragon speaks through me. Because in ancient traditions we regard the dragon as being something extremely wise and extremely powerful. I put the incense stick because I want to call him. I want to call the power of the dragon, that he speaks to you, that he shows you what is the power of the dragon. This is why I call him. And this is why what I'm telling you, what I'm talking to you at the moment is sometimes things are coming. They're just coming and they come out. They come out, but they don't come from me. They just come through me. And like this, I regard this teaching. Yeah, this body, these clothes, the way how I look, everything like this, one day is gone. There will be no Shi Heng Yi anymore on this world, because he's dead. But what cannot die is the spirit. What cannot die is the teaching. What cannot die is the energy that has been transmitted through this body right now. Yeah, and yeah, this is how it is. Okay, let's continue. Posture, the question to the postures. I have no idea what to do with my lower back. Should I tuck in the tailbone? Okay, very often when you are starting to get more involved in these ancient Asian arts, oftentimes you feel that the proper structure of standing, or the basic way of standing, sometimes is that you tuck the tailbone in. So how do you find the proper way of standing? And there it's very easy. What is the proper way of your spine? Because that's what it's about. The proper way of your spine. Let me show you. So you just take, for example, something heavy, something heavy like this, and you try to figure out for yourself which is the way, how would you need to hold and align your structure, that it's the easiest for you to hold this weight for a long time. So right now, arms just straight, and now, for example, if I stay like this, and so, it doesn't take long, dependent on how heavy this is, and you will feel the back is going to hurt. That the lower back is going to hurt, because all the weight and all the pressure right now is going to the lower back. But if I tuck in the tailbone, straighten my spine, and just stay like this right now, then actually I could stay for hours, because you are simply learning to transfer the weight. You're learning to transfer the weight down to the feet. And this is the reason how you can determine which is the proper posture of the tailbone in order to stand correctly. And in the exercise, for example, where we inhale, bring the arms up, exhale and get longer. So yesterday I told you, what I showed you was only the first part. And the second part now is that after you have inhaled, when you are exhaling, at the same time, not just up here gets longer, but at the same time, the back here also get down during the exhalation. So what you are doing is you inhale, go into the posture where you already feel it's limited right now, and with the exhalation, yeah, exactly, very good. You let the hip, the table hang down at the same time. Upstairs here, the bones go up. So that means you are stretching the complete backside of your body open. This is then the complete move of this exercise. So it's about opening the complete backside of your body. Yeah? You stretch upwards, and at the same time also the tailbone, you start to tuck it in. In the bending forward exercise, where we concentrate on rolling up from the ground to the tip of the fingers, I always have a sudden pain in the back of my skull when I start rolling my head up, especially when we do the exercise fast. Is there something I could do about that? Yes, you need to watch the chronology. You need to watch the chronology of the movements a little bit more close. So what I mean by that is, don't do it fast. Try then not to do it fast. If you feel that it happens, especially when you make it fast, don't make it fast. Get used to the movement, that the chronology of how you're moving is correct. Yeah, and it's like a wave. Like I told you, it feels like a wave coming through you from the feet, up through the body, through the back. And the last one, in this case, is the neck. And also the neck, if it's not trained, don't make sudden movements with the neck. Yeah, because sudden movements with the neck, yeah, in the martial art, then it's a neck break, and then life also finished. So don't make sudden movements. Yeah. And also here, don't lean too much and compress the backside of the spine too much if you are not used to it. So this exercise, make it a little bit more slow, and yes, and pay especially attention to the chronology of where this wave travels through. So what should we do with the attention during the day, outside the training? What should we do with the attention during the day, outside the training? In today's morning session, I try to introduce you to the idea of energy goes where intention goes. Energy goes where attention goes. Energy goes where your thoughts are going. So where should I spend my attention during the day? What do you want to create? This is the question. What is your purpose for being alive right now? What do you want to do with your lifetime? If you want to, I make it simple also again. To generalize. You can either take part in this community, in this world, by being a creator, by creating something, by bringing something to the world, by offering something to the world where people can benefit from. Yeah, this is one area. But at the same time, you can also just live a life purely based upon consumption. Also possible. So the only purpose to live life is you go Monday till Friday, 9 to 5, in order to earn some money, and afterwards on the weekend you spend the money on, I don't know, drugs and girls and alcohol and a new iPhone and I don't know. So that means you're earning the money to consume. That's it. And this is the purpose of life, to walk through this life and consume. And when the one is not enough anymore, you move up and consume something else. But the main idea is about there is something to consume. So is consumption bad? No. But too much consumption is bad, yeah. So the question is, and in which, as what type of a part of this system, if you might call it, do you see yourself? Only being a part that is consuming, or also being a part that is creating? And this is therefore the question, where do I spend my attention during the day? It's impossible. It is impossible to create something if you do not dedicate time to it. What is the most precious thing that we have in this lifetime? Well, it's besides the health, it's especially time. It is especially time. When the time's over, we have no time. This is why time is so precious, time is so important. And maybe this is the reason why it's embedded in the universe, that whenever you spend time on something, this universe is going to pay you back for this time that you invested. You spend time with your family, you are creating a relationship towards your family. You spend time, a lot of time with your working place, you are creating something in regards to the relationship, you and your working place, your company. You are creating, or you are spending a lot of time. There's so many things. The question is, what do you want? What's the purpose? And dependent on your purpose, on what makes you satisfied, what gives you fulfillment, what makes it easy for you to wake up, what makes it easy for you to walk through the day, what makes it easy for you to maintain a satisfactory state of being. This is something you decide for yourself, and after you have given a purpose to yourself, then this is where you spend your attention on. Because every type of creation needs time. Time is very important. Okay. Just 2 more pages to go. Okay, the other question is about recovery from training and practice. You and the disciples practice daily for hours. How does your body recover every day? Do you do anything specific to recover? Trying to sleep as good as we can, which means not to go to bed too late. Yeah, the body needs good rest. It needs good sleep. This is number 1. At the same time, also in the morning when I wake up, a glass of water helps to activate the body more quick. And then at the same time also, some of our disciples right now, they are making also education in order to learn and give massage to people. So yeah, why are we sending our disciples out there to learn more methods? Because it's useful. because it's useful, it's helpful for this practice. Because on the one side, if you really practice the whole day, it can happen very easily, and maybe you see it on me or maybe not, but you can be quite tense in some areas, because this is the result of the practice. Because nevertheless, for me, it's also still a martial art, which means martial artists very often their body is being built and transformed in very specific ways. It's made to execute martial art exercises, and therefore it can happen that some areas are still full of tension. And there it helps very much if you have somebody who knows also more precisely, who can enter into the muscles and massage your tension away, to help you. So it's good to sometimes have massage. Yes. I still can keep my heels on the ground by now. In Pubu, I can keep my legs straight with the heel on the side of the bent knee can touch the ground, and then I bend my torso. I also feel restriction in my sacral lumbar region. What is the best way to gradually practice? Okay, so it's about the Pubu. Pubu, okay. Stretching more, and for example, exercises that can help. Here you squat down and try to keep the heels on the floor. You squat down, take both of your elbows, push out on the side. And stay in this position as long as you can. 5 minutes if you can. You need to stay a little bit in this posture. You need to remain a little bit in that posture, and then again use the breath, use the breathing. Every time you feel there is tension, I inhale into the tension, and when I exhale, I release it. I inhale into the tension and I exhale, I release it. This is one method. With the mind. With the mind you're doing these things. And the Pubu and the Mabu, and especially the transitions, they involve a lot the flexibility of the hip area. So also from here, if you to practice and open up the leg. Open up the leg, open the spine, open the hip area, open. The same on the other side. There are different exercises also here. Lift up the leg, rotate to the back. Lift up the leg, rotate up to the back. We need to learn to this area that it becomes more flexible, both sides. Then at the same time also Gongbu, stretch. Also Mabu, stay low. Then to start slowly with the Gongbu, first the foot. It's easier if the heel is up. Inhale, down, in, and in, down. So like this, so you get used to this movement first. First this movement, and afterwards the complete Pubu, then the leg becomes straight. And also now, yeah, the body doesn't hang behind here. The pubu, we practice both hands, is here. So it's here in the front. The complete leg until the right small finger here is connected. Yeah? This so stretch to the front, and therefore also do not lean too much. Body maintain the posture. Don't collapse here to the front. Yeah. So, well, anyway, this exercise, the pubu, is not the easiest. It's not the easiest to get it into a useful position, but therefore we start so early and need to keep it going for a longer period of practice until the pubu also gets good. Okay. Okay. We have a Tai Chi club in the Netherlands and in Germany. We are happy to repeat the movements from your video. A frequently asked question is why, for example, the 8 pieces of brocade is performed at a slow pace. Because when things are too quick, and your mind is not trained, then the mind cannot follow the movement. Then automatically, if something is too quick and your mind cannot follow, what it means is your mind and whatever is happening there which is too quick, they are like two separate things, because it's too quick for the mind. So already this type of perception therefore is separating the things. But the whole idea of the training, the whole idea of the exercises is to bring back harmony, to bring body and mind and breath and everything that you think is separated, to bring it back together. And the way of training, therefore, is to practice slow. Because when you practice slow, it's more easy that the mind can be at the same place at the movement while you are executing it. If the movement is too quick and your mind is not trained, then the mind is going to jump over stations. The mind is going to just make the transition to other areas which are not correct. So we have a saying: if you cannot do it slow, you can't do it fast. Maybe you can just simply keep this saying: you cannot do it slow, you can't do it fast, no matter what it is. Because things are not getting fast because you want them to get fast. Things are getting fast because you started slow, and because of the repetition, because of the mind knowing the structure, the mind understanding the method, the mind understanding the chronology of things, understanding the source, understanding the pathways. This is why things become fast, because it starts to, like it is nicely said, the movement starts to become your flesh and blood. Your flesh and blood and the small cells of your body, they know what to do. Yes. And this is the reason why practicing slow, especially when it is an area where mindfulness, awareness and energy is involved, very often practicing slow is really important in that sense. Okay. On the exhalation of different exercises, do I have to pay attention on the sounds that I'm making with my lung or with my throat or mouth? So, the Qigong, the methods that I have learned, yeah, also the Qigong and all the exercises that I am teaching you, they are not very much, or I don't pay so much attention on the sound quality of them. But if you're interested in different ways of Qigong, you will also realize there are methods and there are teachings and Qigong styles which are very much emphasizing the use of sounds. Now, what does a sound has to do with your body or the practice of these internal methods? And therefore, I can just give you two sounds. In the Shaolin Temple, we have a lot of Kung Fu forms, and especially a very famous form is Xiao Hong Chuan. It's the small flooding fist, the small Hong fist. And the way how it ends, I show you how it ends. It ends from here. Hui! It's here. Hui! Hui! So it sounds like a very loud and a very strong hui, like a H and a U. A H and a U. Now, you don't have to make it so loud and wake up your neighbors. But if you just try it right now, yeah, just make hoo, hoo, hoo. Yeah, just try this for yourself. When you make this hoo sound, hoo, hoo. Yeah. So then, while you make this sound, I want you to pay attention on your abdomen area. When you make this sound, there are some very specific muscles, the area of your body, which is at the same time with this sound starts to contract. The who and this who brings it very much to a very specific location. If you exchange the sound and just make ha, 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 or you take an E, even more strange, E, he, it's a different location. The who, the different sound, as for my understanding, they are simply accessing different locations within the body to compress, to mobilize force there. This is the reason why there can be in different martial arts systems, in different Qigong systems, the usage of sounds. Yes. Okay, two more questions, two more questions. Is it better to practice Qigong before or after eating? I decided to choose Baduan Jin before eating and hard Qigong at least 1 hour after eating. Okay. I don't know what is better, because better is like very much up to whoever is like practicing. But what makes sense for me is I normally here inside the monastery we are practicing before eating. I prefer to practice more or less with the empty stomach. I have to say, the qigong, the soft qigong. I have to wake up because I want to concentrate and raise up my energy and raise up my power that I already have inside of the body without additionally eating something. Because in the moment when I'm eating, then my body is going to be very busy with digesting whatever I just put in there. So therefore, like you are writing, yes, I think it's a good idea. But maybe in regards to the food, depending on how much you are eating, 1 hour is maybe a little bit short in case you really do a type of qigong in which where you need a lot of tension, because that food in there is adding some additional pressure, which sometimes is not very useful. Okay. Now, final question for today. Okay. Oh yeah. Can Buddhism be united with other faiths? I think I answered this question already very, very often, and I will say it again. Buddhism, the way how I understand it and the way how I also share it, if you come to this place or also when I talk to you right now here over the Zoom session, it is for me a method. Buddhism, in the first place, it is a method. The ultimate goal, how do I know that this method is working, is because it is supposed to make you free. It is supposed to make you feel less restricted. It is supposed to bring you into a state of mind or a state of being that is not dependent on circumstances. The way how I feel is not dependent on circumstances. This is what the Buddhist method is supposed to bring you to. So, since I started initially to get into the Buddhist teachings, read about the different sutras, learn from different teachers, and compare it to the way how I see the world and how I walk through this world right now, I would definitely say there's not so much you can influence me with. This is the way how I just feel. Yeah, there's not so much that you could influence me with. Nevertheless, there are always areas that need improvement. And for all these areas, within the Buddhist teachings, you find also different methods. Now, the nice part is that Buddhism is not regarded as a system of faith or a system of belief. It is a system of experience. All the methods are based upon experience. So that means no matter what you read, which is supposed to come from Buddhism, no matter which Buddhist teacher is telling you anything, it is your obligation to listen and then compare what this teacher just told you or what you were reading there. Compare it with the experience that you have made in the way how you are living your life until right now. And if you find that this teaching and your experience they are just fitting together very well, and they suddenly give you an understanding, this is why it happened, or this is where it comes from, then it has nothing to do with faith, it has nothing to do with belief anymore, that this teaching is becoming helpful. Yeah, let's just assume in the Buddhist teaching somewhere would be writing, yeah, you can also free yourself from the body by jumping down from a building. It sounds strange in the first beginning. I need to think about it. You can also free yourself by jumping down from the building. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know if then afterwards I would follow up on this specific method. Because my experience and my observation definitely is, well, something certainly is set free if you jump down there, but definitely not the body. The body looks different afterwards. So that means no. If it's about extending and appreciating life and valuing what you have right now, is not quite a good idea to use this method. So everything in the Buddhist teaching you can check. You need to check it. You need to look if it makes sense to you or not. And now, quite funnily, it's like this. Because it is the teaching, you can be a Christian and a Buddhist. You can be a Muslim and a Buddhist. You can be Hinduist and Buddhist. You can be anarchist and Buddhist. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can everywhere. Everybody can be Buddhist, because it's not even about Buddhism. It's just about observing how this universe and this nature out there is functioning. And the more you understand how things are functioning, the more you understand what your place as the small human being lost the words. Yeah, I lost the words because I cannot even describe how small I really think the humans are on this earth. Yeah, this sentence is now not from me, but I really like it. There was this really nice example that yeah, we are all like living on the earth. This earth is embedded in a system, yeah, with all the other planets in our solar system. And this solar system then therefore is even embedded inside our Milky Way, inside the galaxies, yeah, the Milky Way. Then our complete universe has more galaxies. And so it's so big, and somewhere inside this huge, huge universe is an important man. Is a big man, or is a big woman? I don't think so. I don't think so. And what is this Buddhism? For me, how I see it, it brings me back on the earth. It lets me see the things how it is. It doesn't make me fly. It doesn't make me believe I'm the greatest. Even the greatest fall. And so, because it's not important for me, it's not important how much money you make, what type of status maybe you have. It's not important for me, because nothing of this is going to last. Nothing of that is going to last for me. So therefore, I have different purposes with this lifetime. And